So I will open the Finance Division 2 work session. And I think we're going to be starting with, well, does anybody else have any comments before I get what we're starting with? Oh, okay. We'll start with HB 129, relative to the definition of the term evidence-based within public education. And I believe that department is here. So do you want to come on up?
Good morning, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education.
Thank you. So I'll open it up to questions from the committee. Any questions?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come out of an education background from decades and decades ago, and there was a lot of talk around evidence-based education. And, basically, fine, evidence is a good thing. The question I have here, which maybe you can clarify a little bit, is that where's the evidence coming from that these things are effective? You see what I'm saying? I mean, we can, with statistics, with everything, I can prove anything's effective, anything, there's evidence for everything under the sun, especially these days. And so can you speak to your criteria of what you consider to be actually evidence-based educational practices?
Thank you for the question. And the proposed legislation, they have outlined two items, reproducibility in multiple well-designed studies within a single discipline. And then the second one is an independent confirmation by well-designed studies across multiple disciplines. It conflicts with the federal definition. The federal definition of evidence-based is broken up into 4 different tiers. And so when we're looking at evidence-based practices, there's Tier 1, which is strong evidence, and then Tier 2, moderate evidence, Tier 3, promising evidence, and then Tier 4 demonstrates a rationale, logic models, and that type of thing. And then there's experimental studies that are part of each of those tiers. And so it gets confusing because most of the research that is done and National What Works Clearinghouse kind of catalogs all of those practices, all of those curriculums and that type of thing. And so often what schools will do is go and look into What Works Clearinghouse to kind of find the research behind some of these practices, some of these curriculum materials. And so that becomes a little bit of a challenge. IDEA also has kind of a separate definition. And so this gets a little bit tricky because the evidence-based methods requirement, all methods delivering public education shall be evidence-based, including the educator training policies and any pedagogical methods. And then it goes into talking about attached or accompanying curriculum. This gets really challenging because it's pretty restrictive. This would mean a complete overhaul of everything that is being taught in a school. So this is in addition to some of the laws that we have passed. One that comes to mind right off the top of the head is the memorization of times tables and the cursive handwriting requirement. That's not evidence-based, that's out, that would be out. The current civics law that we passed for requiring civics education in the state of New Hampshire, that's not evidence-based. We just spent $1 million on having that curriculum developed for K to 12. That would be, we'd have to completely get rid of that. The requirement for the civics examination where the students have to pass the naturalization test, the 128 question tests, that would be in violation there. That's not evidence-based. So these are just a few examples, but when we get into, suicide prevention, training of teachers, all of these different things don't meet this very strict definition. We do have some legislation that was passed in regards to reading instruction. And so the evidence-based requirement for reading instruction for students that are identified as needing those intensive supports or may qualify under the dyslexia law, that makes sense because it's a very prescribed intervention. Some of our programs like Title I that talks about delivering specific interventions to those students that are demonstrating to have the most needs for, it could be a math or a reading intervention. That is evidence-based because you want to ensure that that intervention they're receiving has some sort of scientific study that's been done to back it up. So I think this would be a substantial impact, particularly at the local level, to have to redo their entire curriculum to meet the requirements. And then the department would need at least a position to be able to implement this, because this is something that's so lofty, we wouldn't be able to follow through on all the requirements that are laid out.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I think it really centers us on the challenge ahead of us here. If I am acknowledging the local impact, since we know that our local school districts are largely in charge of, implementing education across the state. So I think that's for sure acknowledgeable. I'm just wondering about the state's, the impact to the state. So I'm looking at the fiscal note, and it states that the department's estimate for this position, including salary and other costs, is $118,000 for fiscal year 26, $123,000 for fiscal 27, and $127,000 in fiscal 28. So that would be the potential new position to kind of oversee this at the state level. So that's not appropriated in this bill. At least I'm not seeing it.
No.
And then I'm just wondering, is there further impact that the state might feel from possible federal funding not coming to us because of this definitional change? Is that something that could, you just spoke about a technical conflict in the definition between federal law and state law, and then I'm wondering if that could impact the flow of funding, for title programs.
Thank you for the question. I do not think it will have an impact on our federal funding. Now that you're saying it, I'm trying to think it through on the spot here, and I'm pretty sure it would be, I think our federal funding would be okay. The federal funding that's coming to the state, the pass-through component of it, that's where the challenge would lie, because if you're looking at what some of the schools might, or the LEAs might be putting into their activities so that they can get reimbursed, we'd have to take a look at that. So it's possible that we would just have to restructure how we were evaluating the activities they submit to us for their grant programs. Thank you for the question. That was a good question.
Representative Murray.
Thank you again. So what I hear you saying is that this sounds pretty unworkable, or it'd be a very heavy lift for the department. And also, the fiscal demands on local schools, we don't have any understanding of what that would be. And that puts me in mind of Representative Ladd's bill about how to accommodate funds, to include funds that aren't generally included, but at the Department of Education level, but exist at a local school district level, that don't fall into our general buckets of funding. So you know what I'm talking about? You see that well, he's trying to get away with unreported funding at local level, where we say you have to, teach this class, and while there's no financial impact on this level, there is, because they have to hire a new teacher, and that kind of gets lost in the fray here. And it sounds like there's a lot of funding here that would be impact at the local level, would have to bring up money in order to do this, but it's money that would not necessarily show up on our fiscal notes.
Thank you for the question. I think that is correct. When you look at different content areas those are not necessarily evidence-based. So like consumer economics could be an example of one of them. Might be taught, maybe arts, maybe I mean, there's certain scientific studies that may be done for music, but I mean, this would be requiring us to go down this rabbit hole of really digging up, trying to justify, I guess, what it is we're doing in schools. And you're talking about curriculum materials, books and libraries and that type of thing. I mean, none of that is necessarily evidence-based.
Other questions? No? What do you all want to do? Want to take a caucus and figure it out, or?
Mr. Chair, I, as members of Finance Committee are well aware, we've got significant challenges running into the budget cycle this session, and I'm not sure how we can justify a new program with this big of a footnote that's not technically appropriated. I'm just having a hard time reconciling the big job we have ahead of us of like trying to tighten our belts according to the Governor Ayotte's, suggestion and request, but at the same time expanding programs for our state. So I'm having a hard time with that. I'm not sure if there are other members of the committee having that same struggle.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that probably at this point in time, I'd like to retain it. And if we have time to see if some of these concerns can be addressed, great. If not, retaining it will take it off the table, because I agree that right now we have bigger fish to fry, and I don't want to spend a lot of time right now on this. If we can find some time later on the back end, that's great. But for now, I would suggest retaining.
Do you want to make a motion, Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to retain HB 129.
Whenever the clerk is ready.
Just make
Yeah, oh, yes, sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just for the record, this is, I want to, make it clear that I'm fine with retaining, but I consider this to be an unworkable program and a program that could be incredibly costly. And given this session, it's fine to retain it if, I would like to see it go away. It's just not a workable program. So I think, we probably have the votes to retain it, but it is certainly a bill I do not support.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Kelly?
Thank you. I have real concerns about what this is doing at the local level if we're continuing to downshift some of our costs there. And right now, the schools are really under pressure for that. So I have that concern as well.
Any other comments? All right. Whenever you're ready, Representative Roy. No rush.
A newbie. Okay, second date, all right. All right, first. Representative Popovich Molo.
Yes.
Representative Harry Bean.
Yes.
Representative Susan DeRoy. Representative Kenneth Weiler, who's not here. Representative Kate Murray.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Hackins Phillip.
Hack and Phillips, yeah, it's like a computer hack.
Hacken Phillip.
Hack in, anyway.
That's right, Hacken Phillip.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Is that a
And yes, that's
Okay.
a yes.
All right. Representative Kelly
Yes.
and Representative Chairman Keith.
Irf. Yes.
Why are you introduce yes? Okay. All right. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yays and no nays. Motion passed.
And let me know when you're ready.
I'm done.
You all set? Thank you. All right, so I'll close the hearing on 129 and open the hearing on 133, which Department of Safety, is that who this impacts? So I'll invite the Department of Safety up. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you. My name is John Marasco, and Representative, it's Marasco, and I'm here today with
Assistant Director Jennifer Bailey on the DMV, Bailey.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. We've worked, I've had conversations with the sponsor prior to the bill being put forth, and we've gone through it. Jen did a wonderful job with the fiscal note on it, and as you'll see within the fiscal note, it would be the technology upgrade of $40,000, which is included within the bill, but then there would be a full-time position that would have to handle the correspondence going out and the responses coming back in, which, in speaking with the sponsor, during any given election cycle, he said we could be looking at, a couple thousand or more of these situations where the DMV would be tasked with mailing information out and then trying to get information back, or proactively inquiring why somebody hasn't got a New Hampshire license after they voted with an out-of-state ID 90 days prior. And Jen, on the fiscal note, any thoughts that you had?
Did you guys have questions that you wanted to start with this, or did you just want to hear from us?
Either way, if you have comments you'd like to make, go for it.
Both. So the fiscal note does, so the bill calls for $40,000 allocated to us through the bill for the system updates. I added a position needed because talking to our tech team, although we can work with Secretary of State if they were to give us a spreadsheet of the information, which would include a person's first name, last name, their address, New Hampshire address, plus their out-of-state address and their date of birth, we could upload that into our system to look for potential matches. But there's going to be those cases where there's not an exact match, or if you have a John Smith, there could be several matches. So there has to be a manual process in there where we're vetting the responses, and then there is no way for our system to just send a notice. We'd have to do those notices manually. So that's where that position comes into play. Secondly, part of the bill also doesn't only involve voting. It also involves just anyone in general not getting a license within 60 days, which that's hard to track. Can it be tracked by if they get a ticket in the state or if they registered their vehicle? Yes, but that could also add to that position needing to do that research of someone here over 60 days without transferring their license.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thanks. So you just spoke about the need to mail out correspondence and then receive it back. So is the postage estimate included in this fiscal note either?
So this is not included in this.
Okay, thank you.
No. Yeah, you, Representative DeRoy.
Is it possible for this position to be part-time or temporary?
It
for that
depends.
matter?
I think where we don't know the amount of work we're going to have. They have an estimate of a couple thousand per voting, but again, we also, the real kind of up in the air is this first part of the bill that's just saying in general, anyone who's been in the state over 60 days, that's going to be more of a research position. So unknown if it could be part-time.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you very much. Usually when, we've moved someplace, one of the first things we've done is to get our driver's license set up and register to vote and all that stuff. You're in the field here. Is this a sense that this is a problem? Because I hear what the bill is doing. I can understand that. It's going to cost money. It sounds like it's going to cost more money than what's in the bill, and you're not entirely sure how much more that's going to cost. You also don't seem to know how heavy a lift this could be in terms of, you don't know, you can't anticipate how heavy a lift it will be, how much more work it would be. Am I hearing this right? Or I guess back to my original question, do you feel that there's a substantial enough problem that we need to address this during this budget cycle?
So Representative, that was a great summary. I don't know the answer to that other than in speaking with the sponsor in depth about the bill before it was proposed. He's saying that there's several thousand that would need correspondence to go out. So I think the main focus of the bill is somebody votes with a out-of-state driver's license or out-of-state non-driver ID. That's where it starts for the 60 days that you've established residency at that moment because you voted with the out-of-state ID. We can track that. It's in the system. 60 days goes by. You haven't applied for a New Hampshire driver's license. The bill gives an additional 30 beyond that. So that triggers the DMV at the 90-day mark to then do something, to then reach out and inquire. And we did have conversations. I spoke with the sponsor about, is that really the DMV role? Because at the end of the day, you may have somebody that lived here for a period of time and then moved back to the state that they came from. You may have somebody that stopped driving and didn't apply for a New Hampshire driver's license because they didn't want one, or they didn't want a non-driver ID or need one. And so now you have a situation where we're reaching out to people through the DMV to say, hey, we noticed that you didn't get a New Hampshire driver's license and you have been here for over 60 days. Why not? And I did express to the sponsor, I'm not so sure that that's our role. I don't know that we should be doing that. So as far as the scope of the problem with regards to voting, I don't know enough about that. But with regards to what is the end goal? Because I did ask that question. So now we send the correspondence out and nobody gets back to us.
There's no consequence.
What happens there? What happens there is nothing. And so I did ask towards the end of the conversation, is this more, if we don't get the compliance with the person that we've reached out to, is this more of a research program here? Are we trying to keep track of information and identify patterns that could be used in the future? And the answer to that was yes. I mean, there would have to be a phase 2 of this bill at one point because there were no teeth to it in the end. So basically, if we send something out and they don't respond, that's essentially where it ends. So.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to testify. You were mentioning a couple of other interactions other than voting, right? Registering a vehicle or potentially, getting a ticket, even though with a ticket, I could be from out of state. So, if you ticket somebody who's got an out of state license, I'm not sure how that would fall into this. But my question is, would there be any other interactions where, somebody using an out of state license could indicate that they have moved in and therefore the 60-day time starts? Because obviously register a vehicle, that giveaway, right? Voting. Obviously, you just said you live here. Same thing for registering a vehicle. Tickets, I'm not so sure. So I'm just trying to understand, is there anything else in terms of interactions that you could think of starting a clear clock on?
I can speak to that. That's a wonderful question, Representative, and one that we get often. There isn't. So really what you rely on is a situation where law enforcement has contact with an individual and the license is handed and it's an out-of-state license and the question is asked, oh, how long have you lived in New Hampshire? You're really basing it on the response that you're getting from the person. There's not enough time to go back and do a review of their permanent address and how long they've been there. Or you could have a scenario where a neighbor notifies law enforcement and says, I see that this person has an out-of-state license plate. They've been parked in the driveway there for 6 months. I don't think they're a New Hampshire resident, or they should be a New Hampshire resident because of the amount of time. That would trigger an investigation. That would be something that you could look into. But it's a gray area. The 60 days where the clock starts is very gray. And that's why this bill, one thing it does do is when you presented the identification at time of voting, that does start the clock, because at that point you've identified yourself through an out-of-state ID.
Thank you. Quick follow-up. Thank you. So just as a quick follow-up, the one thing that I can think of would be, lease contracts and whatnot, but I would not support any attempt to go through that in order to enforce this. So that one, it's a private contract between two people. I don't want to have, involvement, but that was the only other, possible place to get this. But again, I don't think that it would be worth the effort policy-wise. The privacy violations and whatnot would be not worth the benefits here. So I think I'm good. Thank you.
Representative, could I just add to that for one moment? That's a great point, because at the DMV, we receive information, we receive documentation. And I think what's different about this bill is, yes, we do send out notices to let people know that your license renewal is coming up. Your medical card is going to expire. We do communicate. We send out over 1 million pieces of correspondence every year to communicate. The difference here is, to your point, when it comes to identifying your address, your residency, we count on the towns and cities around the state to do that for registration purposes. We do it at the DMVs for licensing purposes. But this one here is almost, again, maybe going beyond the scope, because you're reaching out proactively to say, we noticed that you haven't received a license yet and you've been here long enough to get one. Please respond as to why. I just don't know that that's a division of motor vehicles role to be doing that, because a license is a privilege and you don't have to get one if you choose not to.
Representative Popovich?
Just one follow-up, which I didn't originally plan, but what you were saying brought it up. Can you clarify for us, because this is your area of expertise, why do we even require people to have a New Hampshire driver's license when they move in?
Well,
If it doesn't really matter that much, because they already have the right to drive from wherever state they come in, why do we have this?
so it's a good question. I can speak to the fact that it's in statute. Statute identifies the fact that the 60-day mark, you have to get the New Hampshire license. That being said, you bring up a great point on that gray area, really. Somebody that's here as a visitor, that's not going to be here for the full 60 days, maybe driving with an international driver's license, which is a translation document for your home country driver's license. Agricultural visas, you can drive, and that's in law. But you can drive on your home country license for certain visas for up to 300 days. So there are exceptions to it. I can't speak to the original law, the 60 days where it came from, but we just follow it. But that's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hackett Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just heard you say that licenses are a privilege, which triggered in my mind the idea that voting is a fundamental right of our, civic responsibilities and rights as Americans. So I'm drawing connections now that make me really uncomfortable. So the way I read the proposed law here is that it would require voters to purchase a driver's license, even if they don't drive, as an obligation tied to voting. So my question now is that a reverse poll tax? Are we talking about charging New Hampshire citizens for something they may not even use or need as it's correlated to their right to vote? This seems like tying a fiscal obligation to voting is what it sounds like to me. And if that's the case, then I have real concerns about its constitutionality at this point. So I'm not in favor of what we're doing here today.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. And I would appreciate if you would clarify. My understanding is that we do not require people to have driver's licenses. We just need the form of ID, driver licenses being one of them. But does the DMV issue non-driver ID? And is there a mechanism through which people who cannot afford to pay the few dollars it costs can get it for free?
So we do issue an option of a non-driver ID card. It's $10 fee. There is not an option to not pay for that. However, we do, per statute, I believe back in the early 2000s, we have a voter identification card that is free of charge. You get a voucher through your town clerk that you're eligible for if you don't have a license or ID card in the state. You're eligible for that document.
Thank you.
Representative Hackett Phillips?
As a follow-up to that question, is there any language in this bill that would suggest that the voter ID cards would be like an exemption to the rule or
There is not.
possibility?
And the voter ID, the way it's written into statute is that you don't have you don't have the ability to obtain a license. So you don't already currently have an out-of-state license. You don't already currently have a New Hampshire ID card. It's for those that may, I would say, most commonly we've seen issued that they've been in nursing homes for years. They don't have their original documents and they want to vote. They can get that voter identification.
Representative Kelly.
As a follow-up to that, does the voter ID card have a photo of the person?
It does. It has it only puts their photo, their name, address, and date of birth. There's nothing much else on it.
Other questions? I have one. So if the Department of Safety isn't the one to follow up, what department would be more appropriate?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I did speak with the sponsor about that too, sir. I mean, we do send information to the Secretary of State's office for new residents to the state that get a New Hampshire credential, and they're made aware of that for purposes of the towns and voting. But to have it come the other way, so that we can send out correspondence to try to identify status. I mean, that's really what you're talking about here, right? You're trying to identify a person's current status 90 days after they went in and voted. I don't think we're the agency that should be identifying status. We do it when somebody wants something, like a credential, and they bring their information to us, the documentation to us, and we have to validate status to give you that credential. But in this one here, it has nothing to do with the DMV, but yet we're reaching out to you to identify your status 90 days after you voted, which, to your question, sir, would appear to me to reside with Secretary of State's office.
So we have a law which you referred to, which I think you indicated required a person to get a driver's license within 60 days. And the last I checked, the DMV is responsible for issuing driver's licenses. I guess I'm a little confused as to why it wouldn't be natural for the Department of Safety to be the one to follow up.
I guess my thought on that would be the act that's taking place, like the Attorney General's office, if somebody believes that there's been voter fraud, if somebody believes that somebody voted that shouldn't have, my understanding is that gets sent to the Attorney General's office for review. So there's a mechanism for that. So that in this particular case, we're talking about somebody voting and showing an out-of-state license, which we have nothing to do with. But they show the out-of-state license to do a certain thing, which in this case is voting. We don't know if somebody went and voted. We don't get involved with that. That's not our scope. We issue credentials. But yet from that transaction, now it's coming back to the DMV through another state agency, the Secretary of State's office, coming back to us to state this person did this particular thing, which is outside the realm of what you do, but we would like you on our behalf to reach out to this individual through correspondence or put a link on the website to this individual to get an update on their status so that it appears to me so that we can report that back to them, right? Report that back to them. So it appears to me that the DMV is playing the middleman here, and I just don't know how operationally that works. So I don't know that it resides with us because we wouldn't do that for, I'll give you another example. We get calls all the time for businesses scanning somebody's license. Somebody scanned my license. I've read 26014, Driver Privacy Act. My rights have been violated. I want that person or business investigated, and I want an arrest made. We get those calls. But we don't at that point reach out to the business. We don't do an investigation. We don't do it. Somebody has used the license for a purpose that a citizen believes or a resident believes was inappropriate. That's a referral, but we don't get asked to send out correspondence to pick a business to say, hey, we understand that you're doing this. Why did you do that? You have X number of days to report back to us on your practices. We don't do that. And so I think that's why I say it's beyond the scope. We issue licenses, we issue titles, we clear defaults and suspensions. We work with the towns and cities to issue registrations. We don't do the behind the work investigative work that it appears that this bill is somewhat asking us to do.
And just to add to that, so the initial bill about the 60 days, this is the actual RSA, the 263.35. This first part of the bill is the original bill. They're adding this voting part to it. Do I think that the other means we talked about, that if we were told that they had registered a vehicle for like last year and now they're going to renew and they haven't gotten a New Hampshire license yet, do I think that's in our scope? That's in our scope, I believe, because we register vehicles so I think that's where we would, that part of the original law, we would reach out to those people that you haven't transferred. But again, the voting is adding an additional to us where we're not engaged in any part of voting otherwise.
Well, if I could just add to that too. So with that situation, again, the DMV though, in being, go back to the scenario that I offered before where a neighbor calls in and says, I think that somebody's been here for 6 months with an out-of-state plate, and I don't think they've established residency, and I think they should. We don't investigate that. We don't investigate that. That goes to the state police, and the state police, a separate division within the Department of Safety, would do that investigation. But the DMV, we don't do that investigation. I just want to clarify that.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. Just a quick clarification because, I'm learning a lot. When I think investigation, I think of way more than sending a letter and then basically saying, I guess nobody answered, right? So I'm just trying to understand, since you guys are the keepers of the driver's licenses, right? If all we are asking to do is not a full-blown investigation, just a request, hey, you may not be aware of this law that requires you the 60 days. Now, we noticed you've been here more than 60 days, and we know that because of, again, vehicle registry. It doesn't even matter whether it's voting or registering a vehicle. We are aware that you've been here for more than 60 days. You may want to consider, right, obeying the law and getting your license, right? Is that much of a burden? I'm just trying to understand. I hear your concerns if you would be asked to, send investigator and talk to people and interview the neighbors, but we're talking about a letter, and then either you get a response or you don't.
That's a great question, Representative. If I may start with it, and certainly Assistant Director Bailey can add to it. I guess my thought on that would be, again, I see the DMV, and I've expressed this to the sponsor. We've had a great conversation regarding the bill, but I see the DMV sending out the letter. No, that's not cumbersome for us. Like I said, we send out over 1 million pieces of correspondence every year for reminders for you've got your license roughly 80,000 times a year. I think the difference here is we're sending that document out to check on, to let you know that we know that you didn't get put it this way. If somebody that goes and votes and uses an out-of-state ID and goes about their business in their life, and then they decide, you know what, I'm not going to renew my driver's license, and it happens to expire within 60 days after voting. This law says at the 90-day mark, you got to trigger the DMV, and we've got to send out that correspondence. I don't know, I could envision people opening their mail and seeing, wow, the DMV logo is on here. The DMV is asking me why I didn't get a license in New Hampshire. Why is the DMV? And then they make a phone call, and they find out, well, why did I get mailed this letter? You got mailed a letter because you voted with an out-of-state ID. I think people are going to start to ask the question, why is the DMV following up on my voting record? And I guess that's a little bit of a concern that I have. I think that letter is not cumbersome, but I think the letter probably should come from the Secretary of State's office. You're right, we have the data. If you want the data and you query us to provide in law you the data for who hasn't gotten a license in the 90 days, we'll give you that information. But I say you send a letter out, because this whole thing's about voting. You didn't get the license, it's a residency thing, I get it, and it's a driver license thing, I get it. But I think that letter should come from Secretary of State's office, so the person opening the mail can put 2 and 2 together.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think the government should be the neighborhood busybody in tracking down some of that things. And I just want to refer to page 2, lines 7 and 8, well, 6, 7, and 8, and you can correct me if I misread. Secretary of State shall authorize release of information for the voter database necessary for the Department of Safety to notify an individual pursuant to . I just don't see that that's anywhere in the Department of Safety's purview. It's not part of their mission. It seems to me that's part of the Secretary of State's mission.
Representative Hackett Phillips.
Thank you. Isn't it possible that an elderly person who previously drove and worked in another state could move to New Hampshire for, assisted living or, permanent retirement and determine that, they never need to drive again, so they wouldn't need a driver's license? So even if we're looking at the first section of the bill, for a non-resident who establishes residency in the state, I'm having a hard time understanding why the state would have an interest in demanding that an elderly person retiring here in New Hampshire who doesn't drive is required to have a driver's license. So, again, that comes with a fiscal, obligation for these folks who probably are on limited income. So, again, I don't understand why they would be charged to live in the state of New Hampshire. I think that there's a lot of work that this bill needs to be successful. I think the intention is just not really carried out completely with the details. And again, if I could just express to the committee the real concern, I think at the back of the fiscal note here, there's several unfunded years of positions here that are not appropriated in the bill. And if I reflect upon my earlier statement on the previous bill, how can we justify adding a new program to our state when we know that there's some serious and significant cuts that we need to do as a budget committee? So I just, again, I think while this bill comes a little closer to being thought through, it's still a lot of work needs to be done. I appreciate your time. Would you believe that's true?
Hold on. Could you just clarify where you're referring to on page 1? Is it section C on line 14?
Page 1 of the language. I'm looking at lines, 1 through 9.
Oh, the part that's current law?
Non-residents who establish residencies in the state.
Well, that's current law though, correct?
Yeah, but as you go down the subsection B and C, I mean, it's requiring people to get driver's licenses here in the state. But I mean, are we requiring every resident in the state of New Hampshire to have a driver's license now? Yeah.
Fair enough. Did you have Representative Murray?
Yeah, if it's appropriate, if it's not, I can hold off. But given that I find this again is an unworkable program, I think is dealing with the wrong agency. I'm not sure that it's a significant problem or that it's the Department of Safety's problem, and that it's a new budget in going to be a really, really tough year. There are no exemptions for the voter ID cards as far as we can tell with what we're reading, and that it does seem to have identified costs since we don't know what the lift would be. I would propose an ITL on this, if the timing is right.
Representative Popovich?
If I may, I had one last question. Who's currently responsible for enforcing 26335 as current law?
6330.
Yeah, the whole non-resident who establishes a residency in the state.
Well, I can say from a DMV standpoint, we don't get involved with that. We don't follow up on that. We don't proactively reach out to identify how long somebody's been in the state, unless
Not proactively, but when you get, the information, again, somebody registers a car.
law enforcement.
Okay, well, but at this point in time, when you guys become aware that somebody has an out-of-state license, and then 60 days later they still don't have a license in your system, what is the current process that you follow?
Well, if I could on that. Yeah, so if you have that nexus with law enforcement and it's identified that the license that's being given is out of state, and the person's been here for over the 60 days, then that's a ticketable offense. So there'd be enforcement action there that would require that individual potentially to appear in court. So there's that nexus. When we talk about registration, the example I used earlier, again, if we were to be made aware of the fact that somebody probably has been in New Hampshire beyond, the 60-day mark and therefore should be claiming residency, then what we would do is we would refer that to law enforcement, who would then, they would do an investigation, maybe do an interview or two, and prepare a report that would then, either there would be law enforcement action taken, or you could have a situation where administrative action is requested by the DMV on behalf of law enforcement, but we would have them do that. We would ask them to do that on our behalf.
And as a clarifying question, go ahead.
I do have one more. Also, when you're registering a vehicle, most towns require you to have a New Hampshire license before you register. Those that will register with an out-of-state, if you go back the following year to renew, they will stop you at renewal time and won't allow you to renew
Well, yeah,
until
but
you
that's
obtain
that's
a
1 year,
license.
not 60 days, right?
Yeah.
And again, I'm just trying to understand the current process, right? Because at the end of the day, when you talk about changing it, it kind of behooves you to understand what the current process is. So, car registrations, which are, again, processed by the DMV at the end of the day. Most town clerks won't let you do it without a driver's license. I find that a bit surprising because they seem to exceed state law, but I'm not going to get into that particular weed patch. But if it's registered, when you register it and you have an out-of-state driver's license, you would be immediately aware of that, right? And then it's just a matter of the 60 days. Do you proactively look at that and say 60 days later, I'm going to go look at these people who we were aware at the time, they started the clock, and now I'm going to bring it to the attention of whoever enforces it, or is that something that you don't do right now?
That's an excellent question, Representative. Excellent question. We don't.
Okay.
We don't track it. We don't do that. Ultimately, what happens is we essentially defer to law enforcement. We defer to law enforcement for when they identify those scenarios to either take enforcement action, do an investigation, and like I said, maybe notify us administratively of action they would like us to take because they have completed an investigation. It's a really good question. The 60-day residency piece is one that comes up a lot, and there is a gray area to it. I mean, there's a gray area to. We hope everybody does it when they've been here for 60 days, and if they don't, then they're running a risk of having contact with law enforcement, and maybe law enforcement's able to figure that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine, Representative Murray.
Instead of this, but yeah, I did propose the ITL. Going forward, instead of something like this, would it be helpful to you if the legislature addressed this gray area that you're referring to? Or is that just kind of a meh?
I think it's a wonderful question. I don't have the answer to it. I don't know. It's definitely one that it would be nice if it was more clear in how that could be enforced on the 60-day. But let me give it some thought and talk to some other people, and maybe I could get something back to you. All right. Thank you, Representative. Any thoughts on that offhand?
Representative Popovich?
Just the enforcement
Well,
part.
given that we are still looking at potentially trying to work on this, I would make a motion to retain this bill.
I didn't know you made a formal motion, but okay, we can consider that.
I'm happy to second the ITL.
When you're ready, Representative DeRoy.
Your motion of an ITL?
Yep.
Representative Popovich. I'm sorry.
Nay.
Representative Perry B.
No.
So close. Hackin Phillips. Yeah, it's like a computer hack. Or like you're hacking a tree down with an axe. And I vote yes.
Yes.
Representative Chairman Keith Earth.
Just Representative Earth is fine. No. Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to retain HB 133.
When you're ready, Representative Joy, no rush.
Alrighty. So, Representative,
Aye.
Representative Harry Bean,
Yes.
Representative Kate Murray,
No.
Hacken,
Nice. And no.
Irene Kelly,
No.
Representative Burr.
Yes.
To retain pass 4-3.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we're meeting on later. Is there more that anybody has to throw down now? I'll take that as a no. We're good. What? Did you have something to say?
No, I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay. All
For a
right.
change, I'm quiet.
So
Very
we're
good.
back at 1. Is
So
that
we're
correct?
back at 1. That sounds right. Yes. So see you all at 1. Not quite all of us. And I'll end the Division 2 meeting effective now. It being 1:05, we'll open the work session of Finance Division 2. And we'll start with Mr. Landrigan from the LBA for presentation on thoughts about how the next 6 or 7 or whatever it is weeks are going to go. And is it all right if we just interrupt you with questions in the process?
Yeah, of
So
course.
everybody, please feel free to jump in. One of the goals, in addition to him going over a lot of things, is also for us to agree on how we want to go about working with the departments as they come in, so that we're all on the same page as far as that goes. So as I understand, it'll be a little bit different than we've done in the past.
How's that?
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Mickey will bring us there.
All right, good afternoon, folks. So before we get started, I just want to make sure everyone has a lot of the documents I at least want to point us through today. So last week you got the big budget document, the governor's recommended budget. I see a couple of those out there, so you've got those. It's also very user-friendly in a PDF form for searching, and if you prefer that method, as well as the governor's budget executive summary has some useful information in there. I'll kind of point us to a couple of things. And then the trailer bill document, which I think everyone has a copy of that now. And we'll kind of go over that as well. And I'll point you to the sections that'll likely be referred to Division 2 for review. I also handed out a clipped packet of papers, and we'll get to these two. One is just a summary of the total appropriations by source of funds for each of the agencies in Division 2, as well as an education trust fund, highway fund, and fish and game fund surplus statement, snapshot of the governor's recommended budget. And I've built a column for Division 2's starting point, essentially, which takes into consideration the House Ways and Means Committee adopted revenues. So that's what I just want to at least just go over these documents today. Does everyone have those? I think you all do. Did you get one? That was the one this morning I think you had on your table. Is that it right to your right? Yep, that's the trailer bill. Yeah. So so trailer bill is the nickname for what will eventually be House Bill 2 when it's introduced. This is not the official introduced version. This is the governor's draft. OLS is working on getting an official House Bill 2 drafted. All right. So I guess first thing we talked about, before we get into some of these details, what Representative Erf was talking about as far as process. Maybe we touch on that first. In the past, Division 2 has had the agencies come in, heard a presentation, and kind of moved on from there. Prior to that, and I know some other divisions have done this, where you've actually gone through and flipped the pages. I don't think we've done that in Division 2 the last term or two, but that's something Representative Erf was considering doing this year. I think the agencies are on board with. So that'll make it important for you to have your big budget with you, or your PDF when the agencies come in. They'll be prepared to start on page 1 of their budget, flip pages. Our agencies have a lot of accounting units that are federal, other funds that you probably are not going to want to spend a ton of time on as you're flipping. Certainly reasonable to ask the agency, oh, what's that grant for? But understanding you only have so much time in this process, you probably aren't going to want to spend a ton of time on the non-general highway education trust fund accounts. So I think is that the big change you were kind of talking about?
Yes, and I would like to get your feedback in terms of that approach. And perhaps you could also bring up some example pages of, like, one that has federal funds only, for instance, and one that has a mixture, so people can understand what it is we're looking at and which ones maybe we can just skip over more rapidly. But I'm glad to take questions first if you prefer.
I am totally down with that. I actually missed going line by line in the past. I mean, I just thought it was kind of egregious. I thought that it was not, what is the word I want? It was not a very professional thing to do, not to go line by line. So I'm really, and I think my first 2 sessions, by and large, we went line by line. And I am totally, totally supportive of that. It is what I am doing at my kitchen table at home.
I'm so glad to hear that because that's what Division 3 did. Representative Kelly?
That's what I'm used to, so I missed this little change that happened.
And does it make sense to you what we're talking about? Okay. All right.
I know
So-
Mary Allison is, so.
Perfect. Okay, well, that's great. That was easy. So maybe you just show us, especially for the new people, a couple sample pages to get an idea about the whole GFFF thing that gives, so we understand where we can move more rapidly through, because there are a lot of pages to flip.
So I can point you to one right now because I've got one here if you've got your document handy. So on the big document, if we go to page 382, and this would be 382, and this would be in the Department of Safety's budget. I guess if you've got Adobe or whatever yeah, it's actually the PDF page number. So or the printed page number is 383. It's actually the document page number 396 in the PDF Adobe, but what's printed at the top of the page should be 383. Yeah, yeah. Department of Safety, page 383. Oh. Yeah, it's 382 and then goes on to 383. The account that we'll start with. No. Yeah. So our office would have seen these for the first time when you did on last Thursday. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you all set, Representative Kelly? Got your paper. It's much easier. Okay. And you're all set as well? Okay. We're good.
So on the bottom of 382, you see accounting unit 5046, recreational boat safety grant. And this continues on to the next page, and you see halfway through the page, the estimated source for funds is federal funds. So this entire accounting unit is federally funded. So this would be a good example when you get to an account like this. Certainly the department, maybe in a sentence or two, can hopefully briefly explain what that grant's for and how it's used. But making a reduction here, cutting, is not going to help your general fund story in any way. But certainly it's all still authorized spending. It's still within the purview of this committee to decide what you want to fund it at. But as far as in the effort of saving time and everything, you may not want to spend a whole lot of time there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, going back on the day, I still remember the blending turtles. I'll never forget the blending turtles when there was a federal thing. But one of the things that confuses me is when something gets moved from one place to another. So you've got all these zeros here, and it looks like you have zeros and then there's money, or there's money and then it's all zeros. And trying to keep track of when something is actually coming or going and when something has been switched someplace else. It takes me a while to try to sort out which it is. So any direction there can be helpful.
Yeah, and that's something we'll rely on the agencies for. So as you're flipping and you see one of those examples, and I'll actually get to one, I can show you one here soon. We'll have to ask the agency, maybe these aren't 7 new positions. Maybe they were somewhere else, and now they're just creating a new accounting unit and splitting it out. And a lot of that we'll rely on the agencies for the detail.
Representative DeRoy, are you, on this page regarding federal funds, does that make sense to you? If there were multiple funding mechanisms, it would be federal, general, other, that kind of thing would be listed down there. Okay.
And if we continue just
Well,
to the,
before you get to that, regarding what you just said, oh, geez.
Things getting moved to block.
Things they moved around. Yeah, one big thing you're going to see is where the education accounts used to all be in one account. They're now going to be separated into individual accounts. So that's a huge change that's going to show up just the way you were describing.
yeah, that's a good example, and that's right at the end of the Department of Education's budget. We can go through that later too if you'd like. But if you flip to page 385, so a couple pages later, this is the Detective Bureau. And we heard the governor talk about some changes to the Detective Bureau. So this is an example. If you look at the bottom, it's general funds, but then there's some agency income in here. So we would want to ask the department some details on what that agency income is. But you can see general funds for this account. So this would be an area you'd want to understand, oh, we're going from 68 positions to 77 positions. What's going on here? So this is a good account to ask the department for, just to understand what's going on. And then,
And this is also one where it's, I found it interesting to ask. So what does agency income mean?
Yep.
Safety and others of the accounts that we're looking at have a lot of dedicated funds that it might be worth exploring whether we want to keep them as dedicated funds or take a different approach. But in any case, this is one of them.
yes, yep. And then if you go to page 415, I think it could be PDF page 428, Representative Murray, but it's accounting unit 5006, mechanical safety. Yes. Are you there? Okay, so this is an example of there's nothing for 24 and 25, but we see 9 positions and a full accounting. In the trailer bill, we see that the electric inspectors, and I don't want to misquote it, but there's some mechanical safety inspectors. Looks like there's proposal to move them from OPLC back to the Department of Safety. This used to be a function under the fire safety division.
So not only from different accounts, but from different divisions.
Right. So when I know Division 1 should hopefully be asking about this when they have OPLC in, we'll ask safety about it when they come in, just to get an understanding of this. Looks like a big change. We just need to understand what's going on here.
Does that make sense? Absolutely. Go ahead.
Why would they do
So this would be something to ask the department about. There could be a policy reason why they would feel that the Department of Safety's Division of Fire Safety is more suited to do this work than the Office of Professional Licensure, and that's why the move was proposed here. So you'll hear from them the intent behind it, the reasoning.
Okay.
So that's just I think hopefully everyone's comfortable with this document. You'll become experts when the budget session's over, and then not look at it again for 2 years. That's usually how it works.
So just while we're here, to reiterate, every account at the end shows the number of positions of the various types. And that's also very important to look at to see, are they increasing? And here you're seeing a big jump, which is not actually real because it's shifting from a different place. But like the one that Mr. Lanigan just showed us, where it actually was going up. They added about 9 new detectives, and that was the governor's. You may remember her talking about not closed cases, cold cases. That's what's going on there.
And one thing, as far as the position counts go, that calculates the total funded permanent, or not funded, the total permanent classified and unclassified positions, not necessarily funded ones. So that accounting unit has 9 positions in there. We'll have to rely on the department to tell us, of those 9, how many are funded. Because we can have unfunded authorized positions in state government. We have many of them.
And how many are vacant? And
how many are
and
vacant?
either
Yep.
funded or not funded when
Yep.
they're
Yeah,
vacant.
and yeah, a position can be authorized, not authorized, funded, not funded, filled, unfilled. So yeah, we would, and those would obviously be a snapshot in time too. So the department could answer questions on those when they come in.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask also, one of the things which, threw me sort of in the beginning, or it took me a while to catch up, is the aggregate stuff sort of at the end of each area where, we've got this section and this section and this section. And then at the end, you've got all 3 sections or 16 sections put together. And I always needed to keep reminding myself that this is aggregate of something that I've already looked at. And it should be obvious, but it wasn't so obvious to me sometimes.
Yeah, this document.
Before you answer that,
yeah.
do you understand what she's saying? What she's asking?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This document is can be a little mean on your eyes when you're looking through it, and it messes with us too. It will subtotal at each change in an agency and then, or so not agency, activity they call it. So it could be the division subtotal, and then there could be a subtotal for now you've got all the general fund accounts in that department. Then you move to the high, the subtotals can screw you up for sure. Yep. So you gotta be careful looking at those. So just to continue on, so the agencies will come in, they'll make their presentation. I'll do like I always do. If they have requests, I'll compile all those for our list of outstanding items, as well as the retained bills. So this morning we retained 2 bills. So on my tracking sheets, I'll add those at the bottom just so they don't fall through the cracks, and then the division at a later date can decide what to do. As you're going along, if you want to make votes, and this is where Chairman Earth, I'll defer to you how you want to operate. It's not uncommon, unprecedented that as an agency is going through, somebody may want to say, oh, well, I'd like to make a motion to add money here or reduce money here. And then you can do that. And then I can keep track of everything on the fly. That's up to the division. We've done it in 2 ways before. We've done it doing that. We've done it where no actions are taken until another date, and that's up to the committee.
So I'll give you my take, but I'm happy to get some feedback. I guess I would be more inclined to have Ms. Lanigan make a note of that so we can come back to it and talk about it, as opposed to keeping the department here talking about it. I mean, I'm assuming we would have already asked them the questions that would give us the information we're looking for. Now it's just a matter of what we want to do. But I'm open to feedback if you all have a different point of view.
Well, if I can, maybe it was me. I didn't know we were going to take motions on the 2 bills we took motions on this morning. So,
My apologies.
so if, you know, you can give a heads up that we,
So here's a heads up. Whenever and this is my bad because we're having this meeting after the bills. If we have bills on the docket, if you will, they'll always be. I think they're always in work sessions. I think we can always take motions. And my plan is to try to do it just to get them out of the way, because we have a lot of stuff to worry about, and to basically sit and talk about it one day and then come back another day and sit and talk about them again. So if there's bills there, as there will be next week, I think there's 3 maybe next week, that we'll be considering what to do with them.
so we should be prepared to make a motion every time there's a bill on the docket.
Yes, I would say that would be the ideal situation. Yes.
We can do that.
Okay.
So yeah, if the division wants to hold off on making budget change motions, I guess, if you will, until subsequent work sessions with the agencies aren't here, doing their presentation, that's fine.
Or even after they leave. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
I'm not just thinking,
yeah.
rather than, if we want to talk about it, I'd rather not tie up the people here when we're trying to zip through whatever thousands of pages of their budget.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean,
And you can keep
there's-
track of if we
Sure.
make a comment to you.
Yep. And like I said, we'll have, I think the last day that we have an agency scheduled for their initial presentation is Monday, the 10th. So that will still give us a good 3 weeks to have work sessions, to either call back agencies if you need more information, or have a work session where you just are making motions and taking votes. We'll obviously have a lot of House Bill 2 stuff to get to at some point too. So yeah, the only changes that I would say, if you get a lot of like technical changes from the agencies, if they come in and say, these are some,
We should change them. They
yeah,
want to change them.
if they're like no impact on your state funds and they're just cleanup, that would help me too to get those approved earlier in the process so I can make that.
So
those
totally
changes.
fine. And if you just give me the high sign, if I miss that,
Yeah, and
That'll sense that.
I'll stop and say and suggest that it makes sense to just vote on this or whatever.
absolutely.
Okay. So that's all I've got for that document. Did anybody have any questions in the governor's recommended budget?
Before you go on,
Yep.
does anybody else have any questions about the big document? Okay. All right.
The executive summary included the governor's revenues as well as surplus statements. I've got the Education Trust Fund, Highway Fund, and Fish and Game surplus statement documents. We can go through here separately. But did anybody have any questions for? And the one thing that jumps out at me is like the VLT revenue. I know that's the video lottery terminal revenue. I think that's tripped up some folks with how that's being done on here. I'll get into it too when we get to the surplus statement, but so in the executive summary, the revenues are on page 13.
Turn your microphone on, and then go ahead.
I didn't know we had a video. This is gaming, a video gaming revenue?
So yeah, this is a new proposal and that it's included in the trailer bill. It looks like on page 39, if you want to see the governor's recommended law changes associated with it. But I think the idea is to convert historical horse racing to
Oh, this is
video
that one.
lottery terminals.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm sorry.
And there's a significant revenue increase associated with doing that.
This goes beyond the so-called, what is it, historic horse racing thing. These are slot machines. And yeah, I think some of us are struggling with this being rather a major change to the legislature, and getting it into HB2 is going to be a real challenge. I don't know how you
Well,
feel about slot machines.
It is in HB2, so maybe what you mean is getting it out of HB2?
So, Charlie McIntyre, the Lottery Commission, will be in to see us Friday, and they'll be prepared to speak on this. So I think that'd be a good time for this committee to kind of get all those questions out there, because typically with lottery, we don't have them multiple times. Their budget's usually pretty straightforward. This year, with a big gaming policy change, they're a little bit more involved perhaps in prior years, but we may not have lottery come back again, so we'll try to get all that out this Friday. But as far as that revenue goes, the governor does, you see it down on the table on page 13, fourth row from the bottom. The VLT revenue, $10 million in fiscal 26 and $117 million in fiscal 27. So big numbers. And the budget does assume half would go to the education trust fund and half would go to the general fund. That's how.
And you may remember Representative McGuire's comments yesterday regarding the deficit with the funds of the legislature versus the funds of the governor's budget. And this is part of her revenues, which obviously are not included in ours right now. Does that make sense? Okay.
What happens if that bill doesn't?
Right.
What happens if that bill doesn't pass? We're in trouble.
Well, it depends on, first of all, it's not a bill.
Oh, well.
It's in HB2, which is a bill, but it'd be part of the budget unless we, as Representative Murray was positing, take it out of there. But right, then it would obviously not be revenue if it doesn't get passed by the House and the Senate.
And just to remind folks how the process works is all of the House Bill 2 sections this committee will vote on, even if you want to keep them in unchanged. That's been the practice, you're either voting to delete it, voting to keep it in, or voting to amend it in some way. So I always like to have some sort of a vote taken on all the sections in there, just so it's very clear what Division 2's intention was with House Bill 2 recommendations. So that's all I've got for the base revenues. Does anyone have any questions on that page? Sorry, do you know where we are? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm catching up. Thank you. Mickey, this question's not really for you. It's more for the chair. I'm sorry if I missed the discussion already on the video VLT revenues. But it seems to me that this is a pretty significant policy change that would be put in the trailer bill without a public hearing, unless we hold a public hearing on the entire HB 2, right? So my concern is that, in the past, my understanding is that it's been a practice of the state to hold public hearings on large policy changes. And I'm wondering, what is the appetite on your side of the aisle to have a separate hearing for the slot machine revenues that the governor's suggesting, especially when I think about, the gap between the overall governor's revenues and the House initial estimates for revenues from Ways and Means. I'm concerned that we might be a little, without public input, we might be overstepping our bounds by just enacting, accepting the governor's plan. So I'm just wondering what the thought pattern is.
So to be honest, there hasn't been much thought put into it yet. And I would say at this point, one of my concerns will be just time. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm not opposed to it. It's a question of getting it all in. But I really haven't given it a lot of thought. And while we're while I'm speaking, one of the things we did talk about when you were not here, just to touch base with you on it, we decided to go through, and with the agreement of your colleagues as well, page by page through the budget. Just want to let you know you're good with that? Okay. All right. So you'll make a note of the, excuse me, of the possibility of having a public hearing, so at least that's on the list of things to think about for the VLT thing.
Sure. I mean, this committee can have a work session and open up to whoever you want on any topic you want.
Right, but I'll
we-
forget. So
we-
I'm sure Representative
just-
Hacken Phillips
just-
won't. But I want you to remind me so that I keep thinking about it.
And just to remind everyone, we will have a public hearing on the budget. There's, a House Bill 1 and House Bill 2 do have a public hearing. So that requirement is achieved. It's not specific to just
Right.
VLTs, but that can be something that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to last biennium. There are a lot of competing interests in the room when those public hearings take place, and the benefit of having a public hearing on a single bill, going through the full bill process procedures, that you hear the pros and cons from the community, from the public. So when you get to the House Bill 2 hearing, it's more like people are like, we need more money in our section, or you left us out. It's not really on the merits of the program. So when you have deciding whether or not to introduce slot machines into the state is a pretty big cultural shift, because we don't currently have that. So, my concern would be, are we hearing from the public enough about, of course everybody recognizes the need for more revenue in the current cycle, but I think hearing about the policy merits might be a separate benefit to the process.
And just to, in case everyone wasn't aware, there is a bill, a House Bill 728, that is relative to video lottery terminals. So that'll have its own hearing, and it's not a
Senate House Bill.
House
I mean?
Bill 728. I don't think it's deemed a second committee bill, so we won't get it at the committee deadline of the March 6th. But in theory, there should be a House policy set if that bill does go on its own, and then perhaps that would be turned in or added to House Bill 2 or something like that.
Do we know which committee's seeing it, or if it's been publicly?
Ways and Means.
Okay.
Ways and Means, and no hearing scheduled yet.
Okay. Maybe we could put a request in to have them,
Lovers off theirs.
like maybe we could do a combo or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Or just go to it.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
So maybe you can, make a note of that, Mickey, that you can track that for us and let us know. And if you can encourage them to hold it sooner than later, but I leave that in your hands.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, no, we have to have all the bills out of the House before we're done with the budget. So they would at least have had the public hearing.
Yeah,
Unless I'm mistaken
bill-
about that.
Well, bills not going to a second committee have a different deadline too. So
Right, but our budget has a even longer deadline, or at least the same deadline, correct?
no, it's after.
Yeah.
So
So they would have to hold the public hearing before we
I
are
think
done
they
with-
would have to report on it by the time you have to finish
Right,
your work. Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm saying. Like you may know the House policy on House Bill 728. If it passes, then you maybe incorporate that into House Bill 2. If it fails, then are you going to try
We
it
got some
again in House
insight.
Bill 2? That's, yeah. So last day to act on bills not in a second committee is March 20th. So that's like a week before our division deadline. So
If I can just add, I guess there are two quirky things that concern me too. Even if HB 728 does not get out of committee, there's nothing to prevent it from going in HB 2. And that's always very frustrating when, this one says no and we stick it in there anyway, but that's just, the nature of the beast, unfortunately. And the other thing is, I don't know, I haven't looked at 728, but I remember this with Keno. I don't think it pertains to the horses, but that passed primarily because correct me if I'm wrong, communities had the option of whether or not they wanted to do Keno in their community. And this alarms me because there may be communities that do not want slot machines in their community, and there's no recourse for that community's appetite for this. And so those are the things that bother me when this goes into HB2, because it just kind of, it becomes a bulldozer that just wipes out other people's perspectives on some of these things.
Totally fair point. I've not read what's in HB2, so I don't know whether it allows for that or doesn't allow for that, but that's a very good point. I agree.
okay.
One last question, before we leave the budget summary, page 13. The DHHS recoveries, how did that get, why is that like separated out as another piece of revenue? It seems like an unusually small.
I would have to look and see what the general fund kind of normal revenues are by type. I know that, I'm pretty sure that is usually reported separately,
It is,
not
okay.
part of other.
All right.
But I'd have to look. I know it's not an education trust fund revenue, so I'm not an expert on that source. Yeah. So last thing I'll just remind everyone, as far as process, when we get into the heat of making decisions and having work sessions on votes, if you ever want amendments drafted to come into the committee ready, just let me know and I can assist with that. Whether it's a amendment to House Bill 2 when that's introduced, or just a change request to something in House Bill 1, we can get that done for you. So any other questions on the revenues before moving from that page? Yeah.
Yeah, we need your what's it called? Your crystal ball. Is it close? Is it right?
So I guess this could be a time to talk about the surplus statements that Division 2 will be responsible for. So I handed out a little paper clipped stack of papers. The first page, this is just a reference document. We don't really need to go over this. It's just a,
Just for my reference, I have them in order. Which one are you starting
this
with?
is the one that's appropriations.
The governor appropriation?
Yep.
Totals?
Division 2, yeah.
Got
So
it.
this one is just each agency by source of funds broken out just as a reference, just so you know kind of where the quote where the money is in our Division 2 agencies. So that's, unless anyone has any questions with that, I wasn't going to spend much time on that. The one thing I will just point out, I guess, with that is under Department of Safety, I did break out highway fund and then highway fund cost of collections. Highway fund cost of collections shows up in the budget as other. But that there is almost $40 million per year of that cost of collections that is essentially highway fund. So if you make an addition or a subtraction to those accounts, you're affecting the bottom line of the highway fund.
Why don't you describe what goes into that? What are those collections?
Yeah, so by the Constitution, the Department of Safety is entitled to deduct its cost of related to collecting and administering the revenue that it collects. So motor vehicle registration fees, driver's licenses, title fees, and then the big one is road toll too, so the gas tax. So all the department's costs associated with administering those programs where that revenue comes through, they charge they take it off the top of the revenue they collect and then remit the difference to the highway fund. So if their cost goes up, less money goes to the highway fund and vice versa. So it's just something to remember when you get to safety's budget, primarily the Division of Motor Vehicle and the Road Toll Bureau. That's really where it all is, most of it.
Does that make sense? Because that can be very, I know for me, very confusing.
How would we know what those costs are?
Put your mic on.
And
How would we know what those costs are? Where are those?
and that's where I'm saying it's tricky. So when we get into the Department of Safety's budget, almost all of the Division of Motor Vehicle where you see other, and then the Road Toll Bureau where you see other is these two things. And I can send a breakdown by accounting unit to everyone, so you've got it. But it's basically like 99% of it is there.
That would be nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the department, as they're going through, when we're flipping pages, they'll get to, oh, this account, this is cost of collections. Oh, this is, so they should tell us as we're going through.
And it's a very confusing words to me that cost of collections is a revenue.
I think it's a minus. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we'll get into the surplus statements real quick, just so you can kind of see what I would say our quote starting point is perhaps. So the one that's maybe a little bit too small, the Education Trust Fund document. For all three of these, for Education Trust Fund, Highway, and Fishing Game, I did build the governor's proposal in the shaded versus Division 2 is kind of where your starting point is, which is essentially House Ways and Means revenues built on top of the governor's budget with a couple differences, but I'll tell you about those here in a sec. So in fiscal 25, I just want to point out three significant costs that the Division 2 will have to account for that the governor didn't. So on lines 24, 28, and 32, those are adequacy, charter school, and education freedom account warrants. So what that is, I'm sorry, on lines 24, 27, and 32. Sorry, 28. I'm talking about how small it is. 28. Yeah. Oh yeah, the 3-hole punch probably messed with this, didn't it? Sorry. Okay. So yeah, 24, 28, and 32. So what these rows indicate, or what they represent, is costs of those 3 programs that exceeded how much was budgeted for them. So for adequacy, we know we went $11 million over, and I'm looking at the first not unshaded column, 11.125 million. Charter school is 6.174 million, and EFAs was 10.6. So these were amounts that exceeded what was budgeted, but the department has authority to draw a warrant to make sure they pay whatever is required by law. The governor's budget didn't account for those, but we know by the end of this year, those are the amounts. DOE has reported those amounts as coming, incoming warrants that they're going to have to draw. So I'm accounting for those in the Division 2 column, which is why, if you look, it all plays into the bottom line, but that was essentially $27+ million worth of costs that you've got to account for that the governor didn't. Just wanted to point that out. Which ones are you referring to? And the other thing I'll just point out on line 49, there was a $4.5 million gap adjustment included in the governor's surplus statement for the Education Trust Fund that we've been working with admin services that we're not necessarily sure for budgeting purposes should be reflected, which is why you see in the column beside we don't have the $4.5 million there. Those 4 changes, the 3 above and then that, is really the only difference in any of the appropriation and uses lines for all 3 years between the governor and Division 2, because we're starting at the governor's. That's why there's no other differences, right? But you can see when you put in the House Ways and Means revenue estimates compared to the governor's, the bottom lines are very different in each year. So looking ahead, at the very bottom of fiscal 27, the governor had about $14 million, $13.983 million of an education trust fund surplus anticipated. The House, Division 2, with where we're at with the revenue estimates baked in, on line 53 in fiscal 26 requires a $26.144 million general fund transfer to balance, and then another $79.577 million. So essentially over the biennium, $105 million, the education trust fund is deficit, and that would require, so yeah, a little bit of a deficit, obviously, for Division 2 to start its work, with those revenues assumed. Does this make sense? Is there any questions with this? I know it's kind of a busy document to just throw at you here, but.
Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you. The times I've been here, we've never had a deficit, as I can recall, in the Education Trust Fund. So for me, this is the first time that I'm seeing a deficit. I mean, this is draining the Education Trust Fund. Can you speak to what's happened before at other times when when there hasn't been enough money in the Education Trust Fund to cover the costs? Does that come off first from the general fund, or where are we listed in that?
I don't think there's a waterfall or anything like a ranking, but by law, the general fund would transfer in any deficit to the Education Trust Fund. So when we're building these surplus statements, if you end up passing a budget that the Education Trust Fund does need to draw, we're accounting for that on the general fund side. So we will take that into consideration. But yeah, in reality, if we needed to balance the education trust fund with more than what was available in the general fund, that wouldn't be great, obviously, but I think it could potentially bring the general fund into a negative, and then you'd look at rainy day fund perhaps.
I think that's, my follow-up question pertains to that. What if finance as a whole decides that, can they cut the budget that we've constructed for education because it's too much? Has that ever happened, that they've cut the education budget, that it's come from Division Two?
Who's cut it?
Full
committee?
Yeah.
It's not typical that the full committee will deviate from what the divisions recommend, because hopefully our division recommendations kind of all work with each other. But there's nothing, procedurally that would prevent the full committee from making changes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we've got potentially a $700 million gap, and we're going to work really hard, or we will all work really hard to support, the education and what needs to be done for education. But there's a potential that the finance full committee could decide that that's too much for education and end up cutting what we've put together. And I've not seen that, but I'm not an expert here, but I'm concerned about having the responsibility of education a little bit taken away from us when the larger committee will say, we're going to cut a couple $100 million out of education. And what I hear you saying is that, yes, that is a possibility.
I would say it's a feasibility. There's nothing stopping a member from introducing an amendment at any time, for this, even a floor amendment at some point. But typically, division recommendations on the budget tend to hold up as the finance committee's full recommendation. It's usually not amended, but it's not unprecedented either.
Thank you. Mickey, now that we're having this conversation, I'm having flashbacks to Mary Heath sitting on the other side of the room saying there's been a precedent in the past where the education trust fund was not enough and that general funds were supposed to backfill the education trust fund for things like, catastrophic aid at the time, I think was the example she was giving for special education. But because of the overall budget challenges, the general fund didn't fully replenish what came back into education trust fund. And so many of those reimbursements were not paid in full, even though we had a statutory requirement to do so. So I'm just having a little bit of a panic moment here. Is that right? Do you remember something like that happening in the past?
No, I can't recall the programs that have that open warrant of not having money available to it. In the case of CAD aid, special education aid, that is bound to the appropriation, and there is no mechanism to draw more money through the year. So that's different than how adequacy would be treated, for instance. So yeah, I can't think of a time where that's happened.
No problem. Get all these things out now.
I should say that I misremembered. Thank you, Mickey.
So I will point out one last thing on this education trust fund surplus statement. Up on lines 15 through 19, these are the revenue adjustments. So the first section of revenues, that's what the revenue estimates are based on current law. Okay. Representative Hacken Phillips will remember that from Ways and Means. Those are your current law estimates. The revenue adjustments are anything that's in House Bill 2 that would change those. So the governor has a few things. One being the video lottery terminal revenue. We see that $5 million in the first year, 58.5 in the second year, because remember, this is just education trust fund. The other half's in the general fund. But then the governor's budget also changes the splits of revenues for business taxes, tobacco, and real estate transfer. So this was probably an effort in the governor's phase to see that in the governor's plan, there would have been a lot of extra money in the education trust fund. You can see these revenue split changes for business tax alone is $85 million a year. That's turning education trust fund revenue into general fund revenue. So that'll be in House Bill 2. We'll have to figure out if Division 1 or Division 2, or if it's going to be a kind of a higher level committee decision of what to do with splits, because there has been talks about moving other programs to the general fund again, or so that's something Division 2 can deal with as we progress. If we're good with that one, we can move to the highway fund surplus statement. The highway fund, this one goes landscape. So similarly, the big difference between the governor and the Division 2 column is the revenues, as well as if you look on page 15, line 15, the transfers from surplus. I think there was a $1.9 million, whatever it was, transfer that the governor didn't pick up in their budget that we picked up here. Other than that, it's pretty.
Which line were you just on?
Line 15.
The one that says 9.2 and 10.5?
Yeah. So there's like a $1.29 million surplus transfer that wasn't included in the governor's numbers, but I've included it in the Division 2 transfer that's already occurred.
1.2 million. Oh, you're doing the math in your head.
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking for a 1.2.
Sorry. And I will point out, we talked about cost of collections. So on lines 8 and 9 is where you'll see, 8, 9, and 10 is where you'll see how cost of collections is recognized on the highway fund surplus statement. So you see the gross revenues on line 7, and then we minus out how much you've allowed Department of Safety to spend in their cost of collections budget. And then that next line is we assume they're not going to spend every nickel that you've authorized them to. There's a lapse there too. So that's how the cost of collections plays into the overall highway fund picture as it impacts revenue. Long story short, the governor had the highway fund balance right to a penny. You can see there's $0 left over at the end of the biennium after a gap adjustment. Putting in the House revenues and that one other adjustment, we're about almost $6.5 million in a deficit. When you hear from DOT, they'll have to explain some impacts to potential services that their budget level could result in, as well as the lapse estimate is on the higher side for each year, and they can speak to if that would impact their ability to fill funded positions or if they would have to keep them open to meet a lapse estimate or anything. So when DOT comes in, I believe not next Wednesday, the Wednesday after, they'll walk through this. Yeah. So on fiscal 27, the shaded column all the way to the bottom, you'll see the ending balance is $0.
Right next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Mickey, will you remind us of those 2 questions if we forget to ask DOT when they're here?
Yeah, I'm going to try to stay kind of in my lane a little bit during meetings over there, but if it helps the committee when we get to certain things, I'll try to just remind the agency to, hey, can you speak to this while you're here? Just so, we don't forget about it. So yeah, that's one for sure. The other thing too, to note when,
Not to interrupt you, but just to follow up what you said. So what you're saying is that the governor's 0 lapse is a very low lapse unusually low lapse for the highway fund.
no, so the lapse is on line 22. A $39 million lapse.
And that's low or high?
That's a high. That's a higher than usual estimate. They hit that lapse in 25. It looks like they're going to hit there, and 24 was kind of big, but I think they're getting to that number by not filling certain positions. And so we just need to talk about continuing that lapse expectation, how that impacts their operations.
So if she misses that lapse, then the deficit is going to be a lot larger.
Correct. Yeah. So if you lapse 34 million instead of 39, that's a $5 million impact to your bottom line. Correct. The other thing too is you probably have all noticed that DOT will come to fiscal and draw from highway surplus for winter maintenance. Typically the winter maintenance budget is set at a certain level, and then busier than usual winter could result in them needing to come to fiscal to draw from surplus highway funds. Well, if the budget's built on no surplus, they could raise the question of, well, where are we drawing from if there's plan of no money in there, so.
Can I ask, I can't recall, when they go to fiscal for additional money, you know, for, as you were saying, does that money go over from year to year? Because I always think about those years where we don't have a lot of snow and we're making up for it this year, but I can't remember if those funds roll over, or is it starting over again every year?
It typically will go no longer than the biennium. So it'll lapse at the end of the biennium. Sometimes it'll lapse at the end of the fiscal year, depending on how they made their request to fiscal. Sometimes they say just for this fiscal year, we ask for this. And then when it's not spent, it'll lapse back. So that's the highway fund. And then probably the easiest one here at this point to, as far as how busy it is the Fish and Game Fund surplus statement, the next page. The governor gave Fish and Game no general funds, like nothing in enforcement accounting unit, which we budgeted the last couple terms, and then no additional like transfer into the Fish and Game Fund or anything. So when you notice what's going on here in the top left cell under fiscal 25, $13.2 million is how much going into fiscal 25 Fish and Game Fund had. And then you go all the way to the bottom right corner, they're down to, $1 million. And that's because this budget is built on them using their surplus essentially to get through. I would say it would create an issue for the next biennium if it's funded in this way and there's no change to sources of fund for the Fish and Game Fund or uses or anything like that. But yeah, the way it's built now, there's no general funds. They appear they can balance and get through this biennium, however, depleting their surplus doing it.
Representative DeRoy.
What effectively does that do to them?
They've been this low before.
It has.
So yeah, and then we've helped them for many years with general funds. I think it just probably just creates a little bit of uncertainty for them building their next budget. Obviously any self-funded agency with a dedicated fund would like to have a big reserve on hand. They've built one here in the last few years. I think the pandemic helped that. But this budget, the way the governor recommends it, is built on basically spending all that surplus to get through instead of using general funds or increasing fees or anything like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do they anticipate on hiring any more individuals? I understand that they are low on officers for Fish and Game.
So this budget is built on a pretty significant increase. So if you look on line 7, their budget from 2 years ago was 17.4 million, and this goes up to 20. So they've got full authority here to spend up to their full request. So there's no limit on that. Their only limit would be as if they don't want to spend as much as their surplus as the governor has built the budget on. But there's authority to spend and there seems to be money to spend. It's just they would probably rather not spend their savings account. Yeah.
And I'll just point out that a lot of the departments of the state, including the HHS and everywhere else we're looking, they have a whole big budget. It's out of general funds, and they all make it work. So the notion that Fish and Game might be general fund budget is not a crisis. There are many dedicated funds that I was trying to study, and I couldn't even begin to get through them. And it's not clear to me that that's the most efficient way to allocate funds, because you've got funds going from like MV into something that has nothing to do with the Department of Motor Vehicles. Is like, why kind of thing. So it's not the end of the world if general funds get transferred in there by need.
And Fish and Game's not unique here. So just flipping back to the highway fund surplus statement, you see we start fiscal 25 with almost $124 million and end with, in the governor's budget, with nothing. So it's the same idea there. It's using surplus to balance these 2 years. Education trust fund, the same thing. So you've got that reliance on the surplus to start this biennium to get through it for both those budgets. Any questions on those documents? do you want to go through the trailer bill? I can point us to the sections I think will ultimately.
I would say yes, unless somebody here is averse to it.
And we will, so for those new to the process, this is the first year that the governor was required by law to produce a draft of the trailer bill by February 15th. So typically we wouldn't even see a draft for a couple weeks and then get a actual introduced House bill to maybe 3 weeks after the 15th. But this year we at least have something. OLS is working on getting this into a bill form, and hopefully we get that sooner than later. And that will become our trailer bill working document. But for now, we can at least see some of the things the governor is proposing. So the first thing was on page 14, the cell phone use policy. So for school districts to establish a policy in which cell phones are limited, if not prohibited, for the school day. The budget impact of this is there is $1 million in House Bill 1 for this. When the department comes in, I think if you're on page 14 of the trailer bill document, that second paragraph, that paragraph B, establish a grant program administered by the department, and they can establish rules. It seems pretty, to me, it seems pretty silent on some of the rules of this. Like, how much could a grant be? What would happen if there's not enough money? What are reimbursable? Like, a lot of questions. So I would think when the Department of Education comes in, you could ask them about that.
Yeah, I noticed there was like no description of how to rank, like, because I assume there'll be, how many districts are in the state, how many schools can apply for this grant? Like, how do you know who's got more meritorious? And yeah, anyway, there's lots of questions, and you can't just send it to Jelcar like that without a little bit more direction, right?
I would agree. It's pretty generic of an instruction for a program like that, I would think. So we'll see what the department says about that.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm probably pretty naive here. Why would it cost $1 million for a law to go out that says, okay, at the door, all the cell phones have to stay outside? I don't understand it.
I'm not an expert on this, but I've heard that there could be some cost to districts relative to security of the cell phones. So if they're maintaining possession of all the students' cell phones, they may need to set up some sort of infrastructure to keep those phones private and secure. That's the most notable cost that I've heard relative to this. I can tell you there are two bills out there, a Senate bill and a House bill relative to this. The Senate bill has no money attached to it. The House bill, I think, has $250,000 attached to it. So it's less than the million. The department doesn't have, obviously when you get into estimating costs at a local school district level, it's difficult with the wide range of different districts, and some districts may already have something set up and there's no impact to them. So that's where it gets tricky to kind of cost this out.
Yeah, I guess some school districts have already made progress in this regard, and you can buy little packets that you put your cell phone in, which is protected from people trying to, break into your cell phone. Still begs the question of where those cell phones are in the school with kids, and then how you pick them up, how the kids, can you imagine a school of 500 students trying to all get their cell phones at the end of the day? And so, but I think the cost primarily that I associate with this is buying those little packets. And you can ask, is that our job to do that, or is that the school's job? Or then people start saying unfunded mandate. So it'll be a conversation.
Absolutely. And I just put out, my understanding is it's a grant program. So the local school districts are able to apply for up to a certain amount or something like that nature.
So the next, if we're good with that one, the next one I think is on page 24. Relative to the education freedom accounts. So I think we heard the governor say her plan here, but essentially there's no change to eligibility in fiscal 26. And then fiscal 27 would essentially have no income requirement for EFA applicants if they are coming from a public school. They would have had to have been in the public school for all of the 2025-26 school year, essentially. And then they'd be eligible, universal eligibility for an EFA. So it would only be for, I think they've been referred to as jumpers in the past. And we had talked about having the Children's Scholarship Fund come to Division Two. Is that something that we want to schedule on a certain day?
I don't know about a certain day, but yes, and also, what did you ask about? Public transportation?
Oh, yeah.
So that's another one that we were talking about, having somebody come in.
So right now, I think Friday, March 7th is an open day. So maybe that could be a day I schedule some visitors, I guess, say some guests to come in and talk about a couple issues with us.
As sort of a heads up, we may well ask for some amendments with regards to this. I know a lot of us are very concerned about accountability, that you only have to apply once in 12 years. I don't think if there's any other program where you only apply once with regards like food security programs. This is the only one that you have to do it once and you're done. And so Democrats may be putting in amendments around. You can guess what they are.
I'm sure there will be. Isn't that all part of the fun here?
You'll be an expert in no time.
Would you say March?
Probably March 7th, I think, is an open day that we have. That'll probably end up being a day with some of these guests, as well as I think we're going to get some more bills off the floor tomorrow. So maybe we'll do March 7th can be all that.
So I'll just let everybody else know that in case you've forgotten as well, they'll know too. I won't, it's okay if it runs into the afternoon. We do the bills in the morning. But I do have my daughter getting married that weekend. So I did, thank you. I have to travel down to Mississippi for, no, I don't want to, I definitely keep this process going. I'm already in trouble for next week.
Congratulations. That's a big deal.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, it is in our family. First one of 4. No. Well, in the morning, we'll do the bills and we'll see how things run. But no, I'm not too worried about it. It's. I just want to let you all know. So because I didn't exactly.
Friday. So with EFAs, just a reminder, there is a line in the budget for EFAs, and the governor did appropriate additional money in fiscal 27 to reflect the expansion, I guess we'll say, in the second year. When the department comes in, you can ask them about those levels if they think they're
Could you remind us what the
$14.7 million.
allocation
Oh.
in addition?
In addition, so recall that when we're talking about the brilliant part, in my opinion, of the governor doing it the way she's doing it, is that it reduces the hit to our costs, because you're basically taking a public school student who's already getting public school funding and transferring it to the EFA, as opposed to the private school situation where there is no current public money going to that. So that full hit that goes with the public school child is much higher. So that's, and homeschooling, exactly, homeschooling too, sure.
So in 26, there's 29.5 million appropriated, and then 29.5 in 26, fiscal 26, and then 44.1. So the question about 26, I think you could ask as well, since is 29.5 sufficient when fiscal 25 was over 30 million?
Okay.
So I think that's a good question for the department when they come in. This is one of the programs that is attached to an open warrant, but you'd still probably want to know when you're crafting the budget where that lines up with estimates.
Since it's been so popular, right? It's grown every year. So if we're further expanding it, we should at least be covering what it cost last time. I think. At least that seems responsible.
The next section on the next page, page 25, is relative to the Connecticut Lakes headwaters.
Is this our division?
Yeah,
how?
So it's,
Tell me.
I think Fish and Game kind of oversees it. Department of Natural and Cultural Resources is your Trails Bureau, but I think this is in a statute that, yeah, no, so this is another bill that a very similar piece of legislation is in the works, House Bill 127. There's no fiscal impact to this. I think we have an under 10K fiscal note on it just because they thought there might be an extra week of enforcement costs. But ultimately, it's a no impact provision. This could be something, depending on what happens with House Bill 127. You don't need to, you can just delete it from House Bill 2 if it's passing in a separate piece of legislation. So I'll monitor House Bill 127. Then
On the OHRV, I'm trying to remember the testimony that there, it's potential, it's one of those things that has local impact, even though it's something that's not covered to the state, but in terms of maintenance and keeping trails open, that there could be an impact locally? Or am I misremembering that? Or just totally making it up, you know? You remember that too? Yeah. Yeah.
You're talking about this piece? But I thought it was a positive local impact because all the other trails were open and these are the trails that like tied them together kind of thing.
Potentially positive in that regard, but the continued damage to the trail becomes more expensive to maintain. And then there's the impact on local enforcement in terms of whatever it is they do when they run into
Okay.
I
themselves.
thought there was some conflict with like hunting seasons or something.
And there's a conflict with hunting
So maybe
season.
fees or permits or.
But there are a lot of other trails that are, that,
Vermont is open for that length of time, so I think crossing back and forth has become an issue where they can't cross into Vermont. Vermont is open, but
Maine is open.
and New Hampshire's not.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think.
So for what it's worth, that bill, House Bill 127, extending the closing date for the Connecticut River Headwaters to Columbus Day, passed last week on the 13th. It passed the House, and it's not a second committee bill, so it's crossing over. So the way I look at it is this could be your first delete. Like you wouldn't, excuse me, you wouldn't need this. I don't think you need it in House Bill 2 since you already have it passed somewhere else, unless it's an important enough thing to the House that you want to also have it in your budget for protection. But that's. The next big impact here for Division 2 is the video lottery terminals, and that's on page 39. It also renames the Lottery Commission to the Lottery and Gaming Commission, which is interesting. So we'll have Lottery walk through this with us. I didn't see any significant change to their budget. Like as far, so we'll have to talk to them as far as like their costs associated with this and how this could also impact other games if that was considered for their other traditional lottery games revenue. If there's this much coming, is that going to, impact other games? So those would be good questions for lottery when they come in Friday.
Thank you. Does it happen, because this is so ways and means, I'm uncomfortable with this. Can we refer this section, can we maybe, I don't know, I don't know, delete can we get this to ways and means instead of us? Because this really is a ways and means issue and not really, I'm uncomfortable with Division 2 deciding.
And that is a past practice of House Finance is policy issues to send them to the policy committees. So that would be appropriate for this. And like we said earlier, was this House Bill 728, whatever it is, that could ultimately end up being your House position on this. So whatever that happens with that bill, maybe you copy that language and just stick that in House Bill 2 as well. That could be ultimately where you end up.
So I know that is Chairman Weiler's goal with these kinds of things, but maybe you could just remind me to talk to him to make sure that he's aware this is one of those pieces that we like to.
Now, in our office will, when House Bill 2, the official House Bill 2 is done, we'll put together an index. We'll be a little bit more methodical with our division assignments, and then we'll also recommend a policy committee. So if Chairman Weiler wants to distribute, for their review, and we've done that in the past. The next item is on page 42, the Northern Shield. We heard the governor in her address speak to this. This is kind of clunky language, the way it's presented here, that it says the sums of X amount of dollars are here, which have been appropriated in House Bill 1. It's weird to have House Bill 2 referred to a House Bill 1, but it's fine. I think this account is on page 366 of the big budget book, an accounting unit 3077. when the Department of Safety comes in and is flipping pages, and then we talk about House Bill 2, they'll clarify for us exactly what's going on here and where it is in the budget. But I'm pretty sure that's where that's located. And the source of funds for this is using the opioid abatement trust fund, right? Yeah. And you see that as agency income, I think, in the budget.
Yeah, we've run into, I guess, this concept before with the alcohol, the fund that's supposed to help people who have a problem with alcohol. And we've, as far as I recall, we've never put as much money into that as we're supposed to. This seems similar to this. Is this language the same, so that we're kind of, I suppose you could argue that it's abatement because we're going to have less drugs in the state, which is pretty, a silly argument. But do we run into problems by taking money from a fund that's supposed to be helping people that have a substance abuse problem and putting it into Northern Shield? Just put out there now.
You could ask that question of the department. It may be a better question for Division 3 to figure out with HHS. I'm not sure who oversees that fund. I think it's probably HHS. But I did look at the dedicated fund report. I think there was like at the end of fiscal 24, like over 60 million in that fund. So it must have been looked at as a source that they could use. And yeah,
So am I correct that this is less than the last biennium? Didn't we spend 1.4 million last time?
this is something new. I think that Granite Shield, like that old other program, is still
Okay.
in there too. So when you get to those accounting units where flipping pages, we'll have to have the department clarify what's associated with which initiative.
Thank you. I was thinking
I don't think this is an
it's
instead
not that.
of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you share with me what Granite Shield is?
It's essentially a program that was set up to have enhanced drug enforcement and drug interdiction through overtime of existing troopers, as well as the forensic lab, I think, has overtime. That money, the program has money going to them too. So it was enhanced drug interdiction patrols and enforcement. That's a terrible explanation from probably what the commissioner will be able to explain much better. But that's the gist of it. And we've been doing that. Granite Shield's been in existence for several budgets now. I think three, 4 budgets. The next is on page 46. This is relative to the dual and concurrent enrollment. That adds that the courses would be up to 4 credits per course. So there's also another bill, it's a Senate bill, that also does something quite similar to this. I'm sorry, House Bill 193.
Yeah, it's the lab bill, I think.
Yeah. So that's another one we'll monitor. And if a piece of legislation passes, especially one that I don't think has a whole lot of controversy, you might be able to just have it, especially since it doesn't have a tie to the budget, so. But yeah, you could end up deleting this if you just want to support that bill separately. Page 54. So these are Department of Education related sections. The first is the Education Trust Fund law. So this is where statutorily it's allowed to use education trust funds for which programs. And what the governor's budget did is added the dual and concurrent enrollment program as an allowable use for the education trust fund. So in the budget document, House Bill 1, you'll see under community college system, there's $3 million a year appropriated for from the education trust fund. It's not explicitly for that, but I assume that's the intent. Shannon can verify that. So that's what that's for. So this is the statutory language enabling that.
And just to let you all know, there's a bill coming out of education funding as well that does the same thing.
But there are more subsections on that section 18, page 54. That's not related to the community college system, but they're new bold text. So I'm
Yep.
wondering.
So the next one, so Q would be the cell phone grant that we talked about. So that appropriation is out of the education trust fund. And then there's something here added for Department of Education operating costs. In the budget, we started this last year. that there is an accounting unit for ETF administration, which is, I think, essentially relative to the data systems associated with like adequacy and everything. So we'll have the department explain that, but I didn't see anything new as far as using the education trust fund for department administration than what they're currently doing. I think this is making it clear that they're allowed to use the education trust fund for administrative costs as budgeted. They don't have an open warrant for anything like that. It would only be what's authorized in the budget.
Didn't we move special ed in already?
I think I will have to ask them what's going on here. It looks like they just cleaned up the language around episodic treatments. So, and corrected a reference perhaps. So we had court order placements separate from episodic treatments, and it looks like they just clarified those two statutes. But it doesn't look like anything new was done. It looks like a cleanup of what we did last year. The next couple sections, we can have the department explain the specifics, but my understanding is they are somewhat housekeeping relative to charter public schools, VLAX, and then something relative to adequacy with 19841, that third paragraph here. That it doesn't change any grants going out, doesn't change any budgets. These are just things that the Department of Education said they just needed to clean up some existing statutes to align with how they administer those grants. So moving right along, the next thing is page 62. Relative to police standards and training. And this is also in a separate bill. House Bill 778 does something quite similar to this, which is to allow for the police standards and training law enforcement specialists employed to take detail coverages if they were available. So there'd be no cost here, I don't think, to the state, in that I think we have a billable rate to whoever is requesting the detailed service, but this would essentially enable Police Standards and Training Council, certain employees, to serve those detail shifts if they were available. And like I said, House Bill 778 does the same thing. I don't see a budget impact here, so that's another bill we'll track, and you may not need it in House Bill 2. We can ask them. I think we have police standards in next Monday. I think they're coming in. Department of Safety. They've got a few things going on here, not all of which I'm quite clear with what they're doing, but we'll get those explanations. The first thing, you remember the fire fund has been an unhealthy dedicated fund here for a couple of budgets. They projected a $4 million deficit for this next upcoming 2 years. The governor actually appropriated $4 million in general funds in that account to get them through for 2 years. What this section here does, this first paragraph, says any unspent general funds at the end of the year would just lapse to the fire fund instead of lapsing back to the general fund. So it's a way to make sure that fund gets the benefit of that whole $4 million, even if they don't spend it all in the first year. The next couple of items, we actually had Director Marasco from DMV here today. He probably could have answered the questions, but we'll ask him when they come in. They're relative to driver's licenses and history record checks. So we'll ask the department the necessity for those and what impact they have. At the bottom of that page, emergency services and communications, it looks like this here is intended to expand the use of the E911 fund to cover state radio communication systems. So we'll have to ask the department how the budget reflects this change here and what the purpose of this is. And that comes from the E911 surcharge. The next section relative to this is Division of Fire Safety. So this paragraph and then the last paragraph on the next page before it gets into state treasury, it looks like they've identified 2 positions in the Department of Safety that are not Group 1 that they're trying to reclassify as Group 2 depending on the member who's taken that position. So we'll let the department speak to the necessity for those. Yeah, the Chief of Policy and Planning. And then that paragraph in between, we'll have to ask the department also. It's relative to division of, what's that? Yeah, wheelchairs, a division
Yeah,
of
I
fire.
remember
standards,
reading this,
emergency-
wondering what that was about, so we'll get more
Yeah, I don't think
clarification.
it's a budget impact here.
Yeah.
It's got to be something that they're just trying to clean up a statute. So we'll get a better explanation from the department on that. So the last thing I have, and it's an easy one on page 69, Lottery Commission. So there's been boilerplate language in the back of House Bill 2 that has this same language for years that's relative to new games or expansion of games and getting fiscal committee approval for transfers associated with that. This kind of continues on to the next page. It says that such transfer shall not exceed $15 million. Under current law, that exists, but it's only $6 million. So it really increases that threshold, what the governor is proposing here. My sense is it's VLT related, but we'll ask Lottery about that. And then furthermore, this should be in House Bill 1, in the back of House Bill 1. So we'll probably delete it from House Bill 2, whatever you decide to do with the language, and then we'll put it in the back of House Bill 1.
Can you speak to what this achieves? I was trying to come up with the 15 million, yeah, then it shall not exceed. I just was completely lost as to, I don't know what it does.
Yeah, we'll have to ask the department when they've really utilized this over the last few years and for what reasons. But my understanding is when they, during a year or after a budget's passed, if they're expanding or adding a game or doing anything, there's a special revenue account that they could draw from that through the year for that purpose with fiscal approval. But like I said, I can't really recall how frequent it's been or the last time. So, but like I said, the big change here is going from 6 million to 15 million. So there's got to be a reason for that or expectation of what's coming. Yeah, that's what my
It must be
suspicion
expensive
is.
to get it started. Yeah.
So when the lottery commission comes in, we can ask them about that. But like I said, I would recommend not having this in House Bill 2, and we'll put it in the back of House Bill 1, whatever you decide on with the language.
And I can imagine it could be a cash flow thing as well, just in terms of lottery and somebody wins big, that kind of thing.
I'm sure they need startup funds. Like this is what was the discussion, if you remember, during the cannabis discussions when it was coming through the House, that they needed cash to get the program running, and so you have to invest a bit to get the revenues to come in. So that's my guess.
So that's all I've got with the trailer bill. But at least to give you a little sense of what's in there and hopefully a little bit more prepared when the agencies do come in to understand what's going on there. They will all be instructed to be prepared to go through this with us with their related sections. So I didn't really have anything else beyond, I mean, I could have pointed out some things in House Bill 1, like what the governor's decision was on certain funding, certain programs. We're going to get to those with the agencies. I don't know how much you really want to do today. But other than that, I can answer any questions.
Because I'm not sure the people coming in can answer the question. I was taken aback with basically the $10 million cut to the university system. I'm really happy for the community colleges who want to hang on to that as best we can. But I don't think the university is going to have a good idea about why she chose to cut that much. And we saw that there are a few capital projects. To me, that does not offset the $10 million cut to the university. Do you have any insight into the thinking around that?
Well, I can tell you that was in the agency budget.
Yeah, well,
That was that they came
was
forward
it that
with.
much?
Yeah, because basically as I understand, the former governor asked for a 4%
Right.
cut, and I think that is that 4% cut. That's what that represents, I believe. And we also have somebody here who might be able to, even though she's not with UNH, she might be able to speak to that particular question. Do you happen to know what the? Okay. Yeah, it's only UNH, yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's what.
It's the university system.
So the system,
So
yeah, sorry.
Keene and
yeah,
Plymouth,
yeah,
and what's the
yes,
other one?
yes.
Great.
But I'm pretty sure
UNH
that's
was
what the
great
chancellor
something.
told us when we met with her,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that's what it
yeah,
was,
it's for
that represented a 4% reduction. Anything else? Yeah, that's enough. think Representative Hackett Phillips is really wants to think about this. There we go.
I've got one, Mickey. When I was flipping through the book, it looks like building aid is only paying on the debt service, and the governor did not include any additional monies outside debt service, so that, you know, is about 31 or 30 the first fiscal year and 32 the second fiscal year of million that was not put towards building aid. Is that right?
Yeah, so the governor's position on school building aid is essentially no new projects for 2 years. So it would be just paying the tail and paying the debt service on the bonds that we issued that's in Treasury's budget. So it's just paying those payments on the past approved projects. There is $5 million a year for the public school infrastructure fund in here, but the traditional school building aid program, it appears, would be no new projects for 2 years. Yep. Yep. And special education aid, you heard her talk about that. So we had to appropriate approximately $34 million. This budget is like around $49.5 million per year. So that is essentially where fiscal 25's estimate was around $50 million. So it's essentially carrying that number for 26 and 27. There's no changes to House Bill 2 relative to the proration or an open warrant or anything like that. But House Bill 1 does have a higher than traditional level of funding, at least for CAD aid, special education aid.
Yeah, so it's like the old catastrophic aid, whatever they call it, special ed
Yep.
aid funding.
Yep.
Okay. There was no I remember last biennium there was a discussion of like the tiered reimbursement rates. That's not here because it's not current law. And
No.
Is there currently a bill still going through, or did ed funding did that get?
Okay,
you
off
remember?
the top of my head, yeah, but there's a bunch of bills. Yes, many.
So there's a bunch
I'm-
of special
I'm
ed.
trying to remember which ones are left that we're still considering, but yes, we're definitely probably gonna have one in each of the different categories.
Yeah, there's a bill, I think, with an open warrant for CAD aid, one that changes the proration to be no less than 85%, I think was another one.
Right. There's a bunch of them, and we're going to try to whittle it down. I think to 4 is what Representative Ladd said in terms of sort of covering each of the topics. But we have not gotten to the whittled down stage yet. We're close. We good?
Is there any kind of blanket thing you want every agency to come in with? Like, is there something you want me to have them all prepared to talk about or present?
No, but leave that question on the table. One thing that Mickey had advised me, it was as a newbie, would be helpful to do in preparation is to look through, have the handouts they gave us when they were here and tie those into, you're looking at the budget things, so that'll give us some insight into what's going on, if that makes sense. I thought that was a good suggestion. So I'll let other people answer your other question you just asked if you want to pose it again.
Well, this is a different climate right now, but they used to come in with priorities, things that they really need. And I don't even know if would that be insulting to even ask them to come into priorities when basically what we're looking at is a starvation budget. So I don't know.
But just be aware, you can see those. The agency budget requests, have them in there if you want to go through there, which I've looked at that as well.
Part of our general thing that I usually ask them to come in with is any significant changes one way or another with the budget from previous year, as well as any changes you would like Division 2 to consider. So if there are any prioritized needs or things they, after their discussions with the governor are still wanting to pursue, they should hopefully know to, put those as part of their presentation. But I was just thinking on the lines of any sort of information you wanted everyone to come in with to be ready with, like. But if you think of something, just shoot it in an email. And
Well, one thing would be dedicated funds that might be applicable to their accounts.
And I think we did get some of that follow-up information, and I posted it to the Division 2 website. So I think they're all planning on when they come in, especially when you start flipping pages, you'll you'll revisit those. The one I was thinking of is, because we talked about it even earlier today, is positions as far as funded versus unfunded, for instance, just to at least have a sense of that. That would-
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna agree. I just pushed my button in the wrong direction. So I think that is a worthy discussion for the departments when they come in, since there's a fair amount of them, of, you know, how many vacancies are now being like cut or whatever, not just unfilled. Is that what they call it? Unfilled, unfunded. Yeah. So I mean, it might be worth having them each describe like what was the before number and where are we at the end and what happened.
Just to follow up on that, is that separate from the hiring freeze that's going on now? You know, those empty positions.
So I would say if they've got empty positions today, they're subject to the executive order for the hiring freeze. There was certain carve outs and waiver, but yeah, that is another layer to this is, you know, if the governor has got a directive relative to filling positions, one, does this budget, the big book, already account for a lot of that and unfunded them, or is there an expectation that hiring freeze or that freeze is only through this year? And then starting in 26, it's, you know, I don't know. So, but good questions for the agency if they've been given those directives or not.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go back, I guess, just some of the discussions this morning of where, you know, we're looking at a very meager budget. I think it's considered, you know, a starvation budget. And then we saw this morning of bills which would be a heavier lift, would increase the workload on somebody, potentially someone that they're not going to be able to hire. And I would hope that we would keep some of those considerations in mind when we're considering these bills, because on the one hand, yes, it'd be great to do this. On the other hand, we're not going to allow you to hire someone to do the work. So. Good idea.
So thank you, Mr. Landrigan, and we'll close the Division 2 hearing.